You ready?
Yes. Thank you.
The committee will come to order. We'll resume debate on the ANS offered by the gentleman from Kentucky. Is there further debate? Gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald is recognized for 5 minutes for purposes of debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
As we have discussed quite a bit today, the CFPB is in dire need of accountability and reform. The CFPB has abused its authority to advance a political agenda that harms small businesses. Congress repeatedly has urged the CFPB to narrowly tailor its rules to specific consumer abuses. When the Small Business Regulatory Enforcement Fairness Act was enacted in 1996, Congress intended to ensure federal agencies thoroughly understand how their rules affect small firms and the use of the information to eliminate unnecessary burdens. Over time, the process has been treated as merely a check-the-box initiative where outreach is made to small businesses, but their feedback is not adopted in the final rulemaking. That's why I was proud to work with a number of members to introduce the making of the CFPB Accountability to Small Business Act, which is included in this package that we have before us this evening. The bill requires the CFPB to presume that size and sophistication-based tailoring of regulations are needed in all panel reviews. If tailoring is not undertaken by the panel, they must issue a justification. I would urge my colleagues to vote in favor of the underlying bill and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, there's one thing that I keep scratching my head on. I can't understand. I just don't understand it. You know, and I've said it before in this committee, how my colleagues on the other side of the aisle continue tries to put handcuffs on a bureau that is there to help people, that is a voice for common everyday people. What we really should be talking about is how and what we can do to strengthen the CFPB so that people have a much louder voice, not pull the rug from under them and undermine the authority of the CFPB to regulate lending and financial service markets. I'm baffled. I really am. I'm baffled by my Republican colleagues who continue to attack the CFPB, an agency that has been looking out for their constituents also, not just mine, all of our constituents. I don't know how many, maybe many people were not here in 2008 during the economic crash, or maybe they don't remember or don't want to remember. But I know those of us who were here saw firsthand what happened to people, the American people, and particularly in black and brown communities. And at that time, they were not guarded by the protections created in Dodd-Frank, which caused us to say that everyday people, because we saw that everybody had a voice except everyday people. And so the thought was to create an agency that would have them first, not the financial institutions who has a voice here. They have lobbyists and others. The one that did not seem to have anything to talk to and work and to make sure that the products that financial institutions were putting out were not fraudulent and would not hurt the everyday American was the reason why we created the CFPB. And we didn't do it just for a certain segment of the country. We did it for all people. We didn't do it for just Democrats. It was for Democrats and Republicans and independents. It was one of the most impactful parts of the legislation was providing and creating the CFPB so that they could provide a more even balance of power so that companies don't necessarily always have the loudest voice in the room. You know, we've got to have somebody that's here to look out for the everyday person. And we here in Congress, we're not on the beat every day going out. We needed to create something that would have the expertise to look at some of these products, examine these products, and make a determination of whether or not it was good for everyday folks. We might have known that they were good for business because the business folks can come and tell us. The financial institutions would come and tell us what they thought they were. But if you're going to do this right, you got to have a balance. There had to be someone on the other side. And there should be times where the CFPB and the financial institutions would agree, because it's a good product that could help Americans with their financial needs and be able to guide them. So I don't get it. I'll conclude with where I started. I just don't get it. Why doesn't my Republican colleagues want to protect their constituents, have a voice from experts that is there simply for the people? That's what I think we all got elected for. Let's figure out how we can make this bureau stronger for the consumers. And when we do that, we help level the playing field, and we help grow the dream of all Americans, of the American dream. They don't lose their homes by bad products. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, and let me begin by saying I'm an echo chamber for everything this gentleman, Mr. Meek, said best. And let me just add to this. And several of us were here when we created this. The CFPB, Transparency and Accountability Reform Act, threatens all that work that we had to come to when this economy was on its knees. Unemployment rocket high. Home foreclosures rocket high. It was this committee that put together the CFPB to help our consumers survive in this unprecedented historic moment. And here we come back here with this. And then on the floor a few hours ago, I was over there talking about trying to help her save the SNAP program. Damn, it seems like everything that we have done to help those that need the help the most survive this economic system, this juggernaut that we're in. And this act does so much. One, what the Republicans, and let me say this about Republicans, because I have friends who are Republicans, they're very intelligent. I have worked with them for 21 years, and they are sensible people, but they have lost their senses when it comes to reaching out and helping the American people who need help the most. They want to take on this bill, the food stamps, the SNAP, from needy veterans, disabled, grandparents, putting work efforts on 65-year-old citizens, and millions of children. And now we got this bill. Let me just take a moment to explain to you what it, so you all can see. One, it threatens the Consumer Financial Protections funding. No more money, short circuit what you were doing. Secondly, it basically destroys organizational structure and the ability to monitor the marketplace by impeding their rulemaking and operational functions. That's the heart, the lungs, the entire blood supply of the whole body of the CFPB. If that ain't assassination, I don't know what is. And I want my Republican friends to wake up here. I got a district. We all got districts. I got Republicans who are in need in mine. You think I turn my back on my Republican constituencies? No. And I don't believe my Republican friends will have some Democrats in their district. So I don't know why you're doing this, but I tell you what I'm thinking is you want to get rid of CFPB to deal with the bills, the debt we're having, the debt ceiling, all that. This whole Congress has been made on cut, dismantle, destroy everything we put together. And the failure to appropriately regulate consumer financial marketplace, that was the central cause of the 2008 financial crisis, which totally, as I laid out to you, devastated the U.S. economy and cost tens of trillions of dollars, millions of jobs. It was this committee that came together and put, Miss Chairlady will tell you, when we put the hardest hit together. That's what focused it. And we went to Obama. We voted not to pass that first step because it didn't do anything. And when he got mad with us, called us over there and everything, and we said, Mr. President, you can't solve this problem by just saving the banks and Wall Street. You got to do something to save the homes, the foreclosures, the joblessness. So anyway, thank you for that extension, but let me just say this. I love my Republican friends over there. I want you to come to Jesus on this.
Gentleman yields back, and the call has been made, and hopefully the answer will come when we move the previous question. Is there further discussion, further debate? Are there amendments to offer?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Does the gentleman from Massachusetts wish to speak on the ANS or offer an amendment?
No, I have an amendment at the desk as well, but I will yield to the ranking member.
No, you may go ahead, Mr. Please, you go ahead. Would you call on him, please? I'll be last.
Sure. Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts seeks recognition for the
I
purpose.
believe I have an amendment at the desk, Mr.
Gentleman
Chairman.
has an amendment at the desk. Clerk will distribute. Do we have a copy of the amendments? We don't have a copy of it?
With you, with you. I just don't want to go right now.
What I want to say is. Oh, Lord. Hopefully.
I appreciate the effort, though. You're doing God's work, literally.
We are.
Yeah.
Kim?
Oh, it's terrible.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reserve point of order.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves a point of order. Do all members have an amendment? All members have a copy of it? Does any member not have an amendment, wishes to have an amendment? Clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2798, offered by Mr. Lynch. Insert after Section 1 the following. Section 2, FSOC determination effective date. This provisions of
Without
the-
objection, the amendment is considered as read. A point of order is reserved by the gentleman from Missouri. The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis, which left 21 million Americans without work and about 9 million families without homes, we in Congress passed the critical Dodd-Frank Act, which created the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And in doing so, Congress transferred many of the powers from other prudential regulators, including the Federal Reserve, the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, and the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, to the CFPB, and thus we intended to provide a funding stream that would allow the CFPB to meet its mission. The CFPB is charged with enforcing federal consumer financial laws and has a number of tools to accomplish that task effectively. The CFPB has successfully fought for consumers, made markets more fair, and stopped fraud and abuse across the financial marketplace. In total, to date, the CFPB enforcement actions have resulted in nearly $16 billion returned to over 192 million Americans who have been harmed by illegal, deceptive, and discriminatory practices of various companies. The CFPB has effectively made consumer financial markets fairer, more transparent, put money back in the pockets of wronged consumers, and police the rules of the road that make the financial system work better for responsible businesses and responsible consumers alike. My amendment would require the Financial Stability Oversight Council to study this law and certify that in one year that it will not increase systemic risk or contribute to a financial crisis. If they cannot make such a certification, then the bill will not take effect. The CFPB was born out of a financial crisis, and as policymakers, we work to ensure that such a vast amount of consumer harm would never happen again, and so we passed the Dodd-Frank Act. This agency works every day to prevent such crises. While my Republican colleagues may have forgotten the painful costs of the 2008 financial crisis, back when we did not have a CFPB, our constituents have not. That crisis, which was fueled in part by predatory, no-document mortgage loans and wild use of derivatives, resulted in at least 6 million individuals and families losing their homes through foreclosure, and as I said before, millions more lost their jobs, while the unemployment rate shot up to 10%. We've recently had other crises caused by large banks like Silicon Valley Bank that could have been far worse if it wasn't for the emergency actions of the Treasury, the Fed, and the FDIC, and the added capital reserves that were required under Dodd-Frank. It's critical that we do not enact yet another deregulatory law that would not only leave consumers more vulnerable to being ripped off, but also create a systemic risk and contribute to other financial crises. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Mr. Barr of Kentucky, the chair of the Financial Institutions Subcommittee.
Move to strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I thank my friend from Massachusetts for engaging in the debate and asking another unaccountable bureaucracy to usurp the democratic prerogatives of the American people. I don't know what my colleagues on the other side have against the idea of democracy. I don't know what my friends on the other side of the aisle have against the Constitution or the separation of powers or their own legislative authority. I don't know why they continuously want to give unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats in these agencies authority over their constituents and give away their own power. This really isn't a partisan issue. This should be a bipartisan effort to vindicate congressional authority, legislative authority. Why we keep wanting to give these unaccountable, unelected bureaucrats, whether at the CFPB or the FSOC or any other alphabet soup agency, your power? My rhetorical question is, do you not think you have the capacity, the ability to protect your own constituents? Why do you think some unelected, unaccountable bureaucrat at the CFPB or the FSOC can protect consumers better than we can, or promote efficient, effective markets better than we can? You know, my good friend, and I really respect both Mr. Lynch and my good friend, Mr. Meeks, but I don't understand why my colleague from New York, Mr. Meeks, says we're trying to put handcuffs on this agency. The Constitution is not a handcuff. The Constitution is what we swear an oath to defend. The separation of powers is an idea that has made sure that government is accountable to the people, that we are a government of, for, and by the people, and that government acts with the consent of the people. Why would we not want the policymakers in our government to be responsive and accountable to the American people through their elected representatives in Congress? That's what this bill, this CFPB reform bill, is trying to do. But what my friends on the other side of the aisle, some of them are saying, is the CFPB should be completely out of reach of oversight of the American people and their elected representatives in Congress through the appropriations process, through adherence to the Administrative Procedures Act, through a bipartisan commission, even an inspector general. They don't even want an inspector general. They don't even want cost-benefit analysis. They want unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats to be immune from democracy and dictate what products should be available to the American people. My friend from Georgia, who I respect very much, says that we should be looking out for the everyday people. My question is, why does anyone believe that increasing the interest rate on credit cards for subprime borrowers who pay on time is a good idea? When you give unelected bureaucrats the power to micromanage our economy, this is the result you get, hurting the very people they say they're trying to protect. Why do they think that it's a good idea to encourage more Americans to pay late fees on credit cards? Is that looking out for the everyday person? What about the taking away the convenience of avoiding dishonoring a payment at the point of sale with a merchant? When people knowingly choose to pay an overdraft fee as opposed to having the embarrassment of being turned away at the point of sale, knowing that they're paying for the convenience here. How is that protecting low-income Americans? Forcing them to be embarrassed to have their payment dishonored at the point of sale. How is it in the interest of the everyday person to have an unelected bureaucrat say, no, you can't have this financial product that's going to allow you to get to work, to make your car payment? The point is this: even if we disagree about the regulation, the rule, the guidance, shouldn't we, the elected representatives of the American people, have a say in any of this? Isn't that what democracy is all about? My friends, the Constitution is not handcuffs. Putting legislative power in with executive power, in with judicial power, in an agency completely unaccountable and insulated from political accountability, that is not democracy. That is inconsistent with the Constitution. Let's restore accountability, let's vindicate the Constitution, and let's vote for this bill.
Gentleman's time's expired. The ranking member seeks recognition and is recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
You know, I just heard impassioned speech about why we want to give our power away to unelected bureaucrats. Now, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but we have members of Congress elected by the people who give their power to Wall Street and to big banks and to other special interests every day. And some even get their talking points from Fox News. So I don't want to hear about the fact that we are working with our ability to have legislation and to work with the agencies that have the responsibility for not only dealing with our concerns, but helping to make the decisions about these very important issues that we're dealing with. So I don't want to hear about being in love with the Constitution now. Former president said you should do away with the Constitution. I didn't hear anybody saying anything about that. And so the democracy is at stake. And don't forget January 6th, where people really refused to even denounce what happened. So enough about that. I support this amendment led by Representative Lynch, which would add guardrails to ensure that H.R. 2798 won't contribute to another financial crisis in the same way weak consumer protections contributed to the 2008 financial crisis. We saw shameful, predatory practices and consumer abuses like the sales of no-doc mortgage loans in the lead up to 2008 crisis that hurt so many families, resulting in millions of foreclosures. Have Republicans already forgotten about that crisis? And recently, we saw the damage that deregulation can cause when Congress and financial regulators reduce safety and soundness requirements on large banks like Silicon Valley Bank. Since Congress passed Dodd-Frank, which created the CFPB and the Financial Stability Oversight Council, consumers have had a watchdog that they can rely on to stand up to big companies that try to rip them off. And the financial system had a new watchdog looking out for new risk as the financial sector continues to evolve. It would be a good idea to have FSOC take a look at the bill and certify that these reforms would not contribute to systemic risk, as I fear they may. And so, who's requesting? I yield to, who's requesting? Mr. Lynch. I yield to Mr. Lynch. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to say, it's pretty rich that my friend across the aisle, after January 6th, that he would pound away at the Constitution and how this debate over a regulatory piece that centers on the only agency in the U.S. government
the gentleman will
that is
suspend,
specifically.
the chair would ask members to address their comments to the chair and not engage in personalities.
Fair enough, fair enough. It is still very rich for any member here to accuse, in this debate about the CFPB, of someone being violative of their responsibilities under the Constitution. Let me leave it there. Please remember that the reason that we had to pass Dodd-Frank was that each of our constituencies was unprotected. We were unable to protect our constituents. There were 9 million of our constituents that lost their homes. Unemployment went to 10% because we did not have a cop on the street. We have a lot of responsibilities here in Congress, and measuring the creditworthiness of individual people who are trying to buy a home is not within our purview. We're just not in a position to judge that. So we put the CFPB in that position to basically monitor those who were issuing mortgages. We made sure that capital reserves were strengthened. But to suggest that we can do that better, in addition to everything else we do, and that we designate power every single day to different agencies that have the expertise and the talents and the resources to do the jobs that we don't have the time or the mandate to pursue.
Gentlelady's time's expired. Gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukemeyer, seeks recognition, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speak on the amendment. You know, this amendment wants to have FSOC, of which the CFPB, by the way, is a member, which is like the fox watching the henhouse. Is quite problematic in many respects. That is one of them. The other thing, it says we will not increase, they're going to have an analysis made so that will not increase systemic risk or contribute to financial crisis. What does that mean? They're going to do economic analysis of this amendment, of our bill. Now this really strikes me, I won't use the word rich, but it really strikes me as unusual here, as really kind of what is going on here moment from the standpoint that this agency doesn't fall under the Administrative Procedures Act. They don't do an economic analysis of every one of their rules and guidance that they put out. You want to help us? You want to make this right? Put the CFPB underneath the Administrative Procedures Act, and you solve your problem, and you actually put something in law that's got some teeth, and make them do an economic analysis of every single one of their rules, every single one of those guidance things that they've been enforcing, illegally, by the way. This is how you solve the problem, not with this. I have debated, and we've been looking at doing a bill to do that very thing, to put them underneath the Administrative Procedures Act. And I think I'd be happy to have Mr. Lynch, the sponsor of this amendment, to be a co-sponsor on that bill when we get to it. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank my friend from Texas, and let me once again thank my friend from Massachusetts. And just to kind of cool down the rhetoric just a minute, I know that the gentleman's motives are pure, and that my friend from Georgia, my friend from New York, and all my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want the CFPB to do the right thing, to protect vulnerable borrowers, consumers. I know the motives are pure, just as the motives of members over here are pure, in that we all condemn attacks on our democracy in whatever form they come. And we all share that viewpoint on both sides of the aisle. But here's the thing, that even if your motives are pure, and even if you think that everything that the CFPB does is for the right reason to protect consumers, it still has to follow the constitutional design. It still can't achieve those virtuous objectives that you believe in an unconstitutional way. And that's the problem here, is that as well-intentioned as the designers of the CFPB may have been, and the defenders of the CFPB are today, the Constitution does not permit the manner in which this agency operates. That's why there's a case in front of the Supreme Court. That's why the Fifth Circuit struck down the constitutionality of the funding mechanism. That's why the Supreme Court in Celia law already struck down the unconstitutional limits on the president's removal power, which, by the way, allowed President Biden to remove Kathy Kreninger. This is really not a partisan issue. This is about upholding the constitutional authority of the Congress. It should be a completely bipartisan enterprise to say, you know what, we're not going to let the executive branch, whether the CFPB, whether the FSOC, or any other alphabet soup agency, take our power away from us. That should be a bipartisan congressional effort. Now, let me just say one additional thing about this particular amendment, and putting the FSOC in the position, yes, of fox guarding the henhouse, as my friend from Missouri pointed out. But I would point out another thing. If we actually have confidence in the FSOC, we need to look in the mirror. We just had a bank failure, Silicon Valley Bank, Signature Bank, Silvergate, First Republic is in trouble. And FSOC completely missed it. And the FDIC and the Fed and Treasury said this was a systemic risk. And what was the FSOC doing for the first 2 years of this administration? Putting out thousands of pages of reports on climate risk. What a laughingstock of a financial stability oversight council. This entity, this multi-agency entity, is on political wild goose chases when fundamental basic interest rate risk is hiding in plain sight. And so now we want to put that joke of an agency in charge of deciding whether or not this is going to increase systemic risk? I'll tell you what's going to increase systemic risk is when we cede our authority, the elected representatives of the American people, to a bunch of ivory tower bureaucrats. And we think that if we just mimic the authoritarian concept of experts in agencies micromanaging economies, that somehow that's going to protect consumers. Let me tell you what protects consumers. Vibrant, competitive, diverse, liquid credit markets where consumers can walk with their feet. When they are mistreated, they can reject the services and products that are offered in the marketplace. And when they can go to someone else. That is what protects consumers. And so I would submit that this amendment is not a good idea. And I would encourage my colleagues to not only vote against the amendment, but also vote in favor of making the CFPB an accountable, transparent agency. And my friend from, I will yield to my friend from Michigan.
If the gentleman, well, thank you, I appreciate that. So on March 17, Chairman McHenry and Ranking Member Waters requested the GAO, a nonpartisan watchdog, to evaluate and investigate those bank failures. Problem is, Treasury is not allowing FSOC to send that information. They're sending it to GAO, but they will not send it to Congress, just to underscore what my friend was saying, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Texas's time has expired.
Mr. Chairman?
Any further debate on
Mr.
this
Chairman?
amendment? Mr. Sherman of California, you seek recognition on this amendment.
I am indeed.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise in support of the amendment, and I rise in support of the CFPB. Those who question its constitutionality should simply wait for the courts. I don't see this as the place to adjudicate a constitutional dispute. This Congress, in wake of the 2008 debacle of the private sector, decided that we needed to see some protection of the system from systemic risk and from the consumer from consumer abuse. I think we made the right decision then, and it is a unusual argument to say the Supreme Court is about to decide whether something is unconstitutional, so let's abolish it on the grounds that we think it's unconstitutional. Now, as for the idea that competition and a vibrant market is enough to protect consumers, I'll point out that Wells Fargo created millions of phony accounts. I don't see how the vibrant market protected consumers from that. But I do see how the CFPB went in and got recompense and imposed fines, and we need a strong and powerful CFPB. It is not a fair fight for the consumer to be up against all the money on Wall Street. Money and power and lobbying is here to prevent us from protecting the consumer. Fortunately, we have a CFPB that is more or less insulated from that. And consumer protection at the present time needs to go forward with more consumer protection, not less. Then we're told that somehow FSOC is responsible. A lot of pressure on the regulators to go easier on medium-sized banks and to take them away from the intense enforcement that we provided for when we passed the Frank bill, or the Dodd-Frank bill, we decided those institutions needed that level of protection, and unfortunately, Congress decided under a different majority, decided otherwise. As a result, we saw a group of banks numbering just 2 or 3 dozen, and 3 of them need to be rescued and 1 or 2 are teetering. Why? In large part because we've gone along with a system where a bank can have billions of dollars of losses on its portfolio, but not show those losses on its balance sheet, and not have those losses call upon it to have greater capital. Silicon Valley Bank didn't go down because they made bad business loans. Silicon Valley Bank went down because they bought long-term bonds at a time just before interest rates went up. And they wanted to enhance their profits. They needed tougher regulation, not less regulation. So we need regulation to protect the solvency of our financial system. We need regulation to protect consumers. We need the CFPB, and that's why I support this amendment. I'm looking around to see, and Mr. Lynch, I will yield my time to you.
Thank you. Just very briefly, number one, FSOC is charged with the responsibility of reviewing legislation under their, and the impacts of legislation under their purview. So, and they report regularly to Congress on the impact of legislation that's been passed or proposed. So if you go to their website, there's a whole menu of reports that they've submitted to Congress on various issues, from the operation of the government to mortgages to various other policy issues. They have an Office of Policy Review and Analysis. So the idea that they aren't equipped, they're actually the best agency that we have available to review the impacts of legislation. So this is what they do. So this isn't a strange effort in terms of what we're asking them to do in this amendment. Secondly, the courts did not rule that the stream of funding was unconstitutional. The gentleman is incorrect on that. You're right that there's a live case before the courts, but it doesn't deal with the legitimacy of the funding stream that allows them to operate. The court held that that was properly in place and has not given direction to discontinue it. So just wanted to straighten out those inconsistencies offered by my colleagues.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk, is recognized on this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to yield my time to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Just to address the two points that were made. First, note to the gentleman from Massachusetts. So the Supreme Court case pending right now does in fact deal specifically with the constitutionality of the funding mechanism of the Bureau. And the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals held that that was unconstitutional, that it was a double-insulated, highly unique funding mechanism that is unconstitutional. So it is the CFPB that is appealing to the Supreme Court to defend its constitutionality. I would submit to my friends on the other side of the aisle who are defenders of the Bureau that if you want to save this agency, take a look at our bill, because our bill remedies the constitutional infirmity. Now, perhaps the gentleman from Massachusetts was referring to the previous Celia law case in which the Supreme Court struck down another dimension or aspect of the structure of the agency.
Gentleman yield.
Just a minute to finish the point. I will, but just a minute. And that was the unconstitutional limitations on presidential removal power. So it's not just the funding mechanism that's unconstitutional. It was also the Supreme Court's decision in Celia law. I do have a point about Wells Fargo, but I'll yield for a minute to the gentleman from Massachusetts.
The D.C. Circuit and the Second Circuit ruled that
I have to yield back to the gentleman from Georgia.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I'll yield time to Mr. Lynch.
I thank the gentleman. So the DC Circuit and the Second Circuit have both ruled that the stream of funding was proper. It was not unconstitutional. But
Yeah, so
the whole
there's a
case
circuit
is up before
a circuit
Supreme
split.
Court, so.
I recognize that there is a circuit split, but if I could reclaim my time on the Wells Fargo point, but the case before the court is on the Fifth Circuit decision. So it is, and I would argue that it's pretty blatantly clear that if you have an agency of the executive branch that gets its funding through an opaque and arbitrary formula from another agency that is also exempt from the congressional appropriations process, that basically sets its own budget, that's funding in perpetuity, that can carry forward its funding in perpetuity, that is a politically, democratically, and otherwise completely unaccountable agency where there is no meaningful congressional oversight, where Congress has completely ceded its most effective weapon, in the words of James Madison, the author of the Constitution, the most effectual weapon in terms of checks and balances, just given it away. The Appropriations Clause doesn't allow that. It never has and it never will unless you amend the Constitution. So maybe you want to amend the Constitution and create this completely unaccountable bureau that gets its funding in a self-perpetuating way forever and never have any accountability to the American people. Maybe that's what you want. But if you wanted that, you would have to amend the Constitution to do so. On the point on Wells Fargo, the CFPB missed Wells Fargo. If this is such a great agency that protects consumers, why didn't the CFPB prevent Wells Fargo from opening up false accounts? This was after Dodd-Frank. This was after the CFPB.
Will the gentleman yield?
Just a minute to my friend from California. The California Attorney General figured this out, not the CFPB. The CFPB might come in on the back end and issue a press release, hey, pat itself on the back. But Wells Fargo is a case of total and complete failure by the CFPB. Where was the watchdog? Missing in action. And you know why? Because there's no accountability. Because they're more interested in spending more money per square foot on the renovation of their headquarters than the Bellagio Hotel. Because they have no accountability. Because they pay their people more than any other bureaucrat in the entire federal government on a pay scale. Because they don't have rigorous cost-benefit analysis. Because they're more interested in press releases than actually protecting consumers. Because they don't support a competitive and efficient credit markets. They're interested in taking away services and products from the American people. That's not protecting the American people. So if you really want a professional, serious, independent agency, you do what we're trying to do in this bill, which is make it a bipartisan commission where it's subject to congressional
I thank the
appropriations.
gentleman for yielding.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman's time has expired. Does any other member seek to speak on the First Amendment on the bill?
Mr. Chairman, I move to
Yes.
strike the last word.
The lady from New York is recognized for 5
I yield.
minutes
I yield to Mr. Chairman.
for the purposes of debate on this amendment.
There is no greater proof of the effectiveness of the CFPB than that there is so much political power in this town trying to muzzle them. They are effective, and the knives are out for them. Yes, they may not monitor each time an account is created at Wells Fargo, but they were there to impose effective punishment, and you can be sure that no other bank thinks it's in their interest to open up a lot of phony accounts. It seems odd to say we need effective consumer protection. Let's muzzle the CFPB, the most effective consumer protection organization in the financial services space that we've ever seen. With that, I'll yield to anyone else, and I think I've made my point, and I'll yield back. Oh, I'll yield my back to the, yes.
Gentlelady from New York yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Texas seeks recognition
Move
on this
strike.
amendment. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Learned today that in the United States District Court for the Southern District of Texas, McAllen Division, that the Texas Bankers Association, the Rio Bank of McAllen, Texas, have filed suit in federal court against the CFPB. There's a lot of discussion about going back to what the constitutional founders would believe, and that nobody is above the law, and that this was written for the reason to make them above the law and they're unaccountable to people. But today, this lawsuit was filed. The lawsuit was filed, and seemingly it makes sense when you hear what it's about, Mr. Chairman. You will easily get it. Specifically, it's to challenge the final rule issued by the CFPB on March 30th, 2023, to amend Regulation B to implement changes to the Equal Credit Opportunity Act by 1071 of the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act, known as Dodd-Frank. In addition to bolstering loans that were made to minority and women-owned businesses, the Dodd-Frank Act added a list of reporting requirements to banks and other small businesses in 2010. It was done for a reason. Amended in law by the Financial Services Committee with the United States Senate, signed by the President. President signed this. The rule is called 1071. Rather than advancing the goals of growing the number of loans made to minority women-owned businesses through CFPB, the CFPB is now going to take that issue on with the new rule that is going to hinder that lawful statute. The agency took the original 3 pages of legislation and the 13 reporting data points reported and required by the statute and turned them into almost 900 pages of rulemaking. 13 pages to 900 pages, requiring a new rule that requires banks to develop and implement new software and compliance mechanisms to comply with over 80 reporting requirements that the CFPB says they now have to do to comply with helping women and minority-owned businesses. This is onerous. This is the type of specifically of over-regulation and overreach that will mean that people will quit giving loans to people because of the onerous nature. And the people who would want to take out the loans know it also. How hard it is to comply with federal law of 13 pages now went to 900 pages. And reporting requirements, things that the CFPB then can come in and say, where was this question answered? And exactly what about this? And it means that the process to give a loan to a minority or women-owned business becomes exponentially more expensive and time-consuming and takes a long time for that bank to make a decision instead of on the facts of the case or the merits of the case of what is material to the loan, to the business plan to help that person. It now means that banks will begin looking at women and minority-owned businesses as something that is not well received, not something that they would want to do. Now, I don't know how you can explain that the CFPB is the hero in the financial services industry, how the CFPB is there to make sure that they're going to right every wrong. But what they're going to do is intentionally make it more difficult for a woman or a minority-owned business to get a loan. They're going to make it more expensive, more time-consuming, more difficult, and it even puts that person who takes out the loan at risk also about them answering all these questions. That's why we have problems. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver.
Move to
is
strike the
recognized.
last word.
Gentleman is recognized for debate on this amendment.
I would give time to Ms. Velasquez, the member from New York.
Thank you for yielding. First, the main purpose of Section 1071 is to facilitate fair and transparent lending to ensure there is no discrimination taking place. A 2010 report issued by the Minority Business Development Agency found that businesses owned by people of color receive lower loan amounts than white-owned firms. The average loan received by high-sale firms owned by people of color was $363,000 compared to $592,000 for white-owned firms. We held a hearing in the Small Business Committee, and this is what we heard from our witness. She said this rule could help the market to better address both the lack of access to affordable capital and the rise of irresponsible lending, and she is a lender. Second, as lenders, the better we understand these businesses, it will help us tailor products and services to meet their needs. She said this rule helps spur additional investment in small businesses, which is the best way to reduce inequities without having to create new government programs. Instead, it would allow us to do what our organizations have successfully done for years, expand access to capital for underserved communities and underinvested entrepreneurs. And let me just say this. Section 1071 will not impose significant costs on community banks or decrease small business lending. In terms of compliance costs, it is believed that most financial institutions already collect most of the information that is included in the rule, and any extra costs or costs passed on to any applicant will be minimal. The CFPB estimates that any additional cost or application fee will only be as little as $28. That is a minimal cost when compared to higher rates and fees that women and minority-owned small businesses are currently forced to pay. The CFPB has strived to ensure that the data they collected will not be overly burdensome on small business institutions. Any cost will be minimal, and the overall net positive benefit outweighs the minimal cost borne by the lender.
Will the gentlelady yield on that point?
Yes, I will yield.
I'm sure the CFPB says that it's not going to cost much. It's their rule. My constituent small business lenders tell me that they're going to exit the small business lending market. And the ones who say they're going to stay in, that are small banks, they say that they're going to originate up to 99 small business loans and no more per year. Because beyond that, they're going to be inundated with compliance costs. So is the idea...
Reclaiming my time. Okay. Under the final rule, a covered financial institution is defined as a financial institution that originated at least 100 covered credit transactions rather than 25 as proposed for small businesses in each of the 2 preceding calendar years. Loan officers will not be required to make their own determinations of an applicant's race, ethnicity, or any other demographic information, a change to the proposal thought out by the American Bankers Association, telling you that, yes, they listen to the stakeholders, they listen to the American Bankers Association, and they made changes accordingly. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, There being no further debate,
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of
gentleman
order.
withdraws his point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by, still Lynch? Okay. It's been a while, sorry. By the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. No. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it, and the amendment is not
Recorded
adopted.
vote is requested.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to Rule 3C5 of the committee rules. A vote on this question is postponed. Is there further debate on the ANS or further amendment to the bill? If no further amendment, no further. The gentlelady from Ohio, for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Pause we'll pause while the clerk distributes.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves a point of order. Clerk can distribute, please.
Yes.
Not the Coke you want, brother.
Do all members have a copy of the amendment that? No. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2798 offered by Mrs. Beatty. Add at the end of the following, subtitle VII, Protecting Veterans.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. A point of order is reserved. The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. Mr. Chairman, it seems like old battles are new battles again. Or maybe it's new battles or old battles. But I'm dismayed by the efforts by my colleagues across the aisle to weaken and undermine the CFPB. We all know, just look at the facts. CFPB has a long and successful track record of protecting all consumers, Republicans, Democrats, urban, rural, from all backgrounds and all income levels. We've talked a lot about the history, Mr. Chairman, from 2010 with Dodd-Frank, 2011 with the very first CFPB director from not only my state, but from my district, Richard Cordray. And we know through his leadership and President Obama, the CFPB has defended consumers nationwide from unfair, deceptive, and abusive practices and intervened to prevent fraud and abuse across the financial services industry, returning roughly $16 billion in consumer relief through the enforcement of actions through the years up to 2022. Now, we've heard a lot about Wells Fargo. We've heard a lot about the number of employees. But nobody happened to mention that there was a person, Mr. Chairman, that was appointed by the Republican president. And before that, that director said the place was a farce. It was a joke. Many of us heard it right here, that he was gonna blow up CFPB. Mulvaney. Mulvaney goes in as the director. He didn't blow up anything. So sometimes the rhetoric we say and we see on the outside, when he got in there, you mentioned Wells Fargo. When we look at Wells Fargo, it was $500 million suit because they're abused. He didn't say anything about it. He went with it. You talked about the salaries and the employees. 1,700 employees were employed there when he got there. And from the time he left and when Cranjinger got there, the only differential was 10 people. And probably half of them retired or left to get a better job.
And if
So they
if
didn't.
the gentlelady will yield, those are probably the folks that work most closely with Mick. I say that
Those
as a
were
friend.
the
It was meant
folks
to be a
that were
joke.
on
Come
the
on.
cases, Mr.
Come
Chairman,
on.
with all respect, that helped with those abuses against Wells Fargo's and others. And we know the line employees work for the people. And that's how we got to the $16 billion. But let me move on. Because we know that the CFPB has effectively increased transparency, made consumer financial markets more fair. This is all just facts. And ensured that financial institutions and businesses act responsibly to protect consumers. Further, the CFPB is overwhelmingly supported by Republican and Democratic voters. 4 in 5 voters supporting the CFPB's efforts to regulate the financial industry and protect consumers. Efforts to water down CFPB's authority will disrupt and delay its work. So let me just go to, since I have a minute left, let me just go to the good part that I know you're gonna like. We have veterans on the other side of the aisle from all over the country, Georgia, Wisconsin, South Carolina, and we have veterans on this side. So here's what this amendment would like to do. This amendment acknowledges the heightened financial risk faced by those who have honorably served our country and puts necessary measures in place to protect them. So we want this amendment to require that financial institutions subject to the CFPB's regulations offer veterans an account that does not require a minimum balance, does not charge overdraft, or non-sufficient funds fees. It would require a mortgage lender to get a court order before foreclosing on the home of a veteran who has been served honorably in active duty in the Air Force and was discharged and released under honorable conditions. Finally, it will require mortgage lenders to offer an interest rate reducing refinancing loan to a veteran as long as they currently live in the home. So I'd like you to take a look at that, and I'm urging all members to support my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does any other member seek recognition? I respect you both, but we'll go to Mr. Davidson, who is
I'm an
our senior,
Ohio
and-
veteran, Fred.
Well, we're going Ohio on Ohio here. We could be lighthearted about it and everybody get along as we're disagreeing. We'll go to Mr. Davidson for 5 minutes.
I think the chairman, and as I appreciate that my colleague is looking out for veterans. It is an honor to have served our country in uniform and to get this kind of bonus round to serve in a different form of active duty with a very similar oath to support and defend our Constitution. I appreciate that this amendment pays attention to veterans, but frankly, veterans who served honorably don't need the government to provide some sort of special protection for them if they refuse to pay their bills. If they don't pay their mortgage, then they should be subject to foreclosure. They have an obligation to pay their loans. And one of the best benefits veterans have is the VA home loan. Now, it's not as good a deal as I thought it was when I signed up for my VA home loan when I first got off active duty and bought my first home. And we were so excited to buy that first house, a fixer-upper, back home in Ohio after I left active duty. But then as I started working through the closing documents, I go, wait, I'm going to pay more money. It's going to be rolled into the mortgage. It isn't as good of a deal as it looks. Now, it was great. It made it so we didn't really have to come up with as much on a down payment. And I used some of those savings to start a business instead of tying it up in a home loan. The veteran service rightly has a lot of benefits. One of them is VA home loans. The idea that somehow veterans now need some other protected status in mortgages or in rent, subject to eviction or foreclosure, maybe something that the Veterans Committee, the VA Committee could take up. but I really don't think it's germane or appropriate to do this to CFPB. And I think, look, there are things that even Director Chopra's done that I could say I like. I like that he's paid attention to privacy. I don't like much else, and a lot of people in the committee don't like much about CFPB. I remember our former colleague, Mick Mulvaney, who had gone over to OMB and served as acting director of CFPB after Director Cordray left. And I remember acting director Mulvaney highlighting how Director Cordray had spent $42 million on advertising with the same ad agency that was going to run his ads for his campaign for governor of Ohio. And to highlight how broken the structure at CFPB was, Mr. Mulvaney pointed out that he could spend 2 or 3 times that with anyone he wanted, Breitbart News, Drudge Report, whoever Democrats would find not palatable, and there's nothing that Democrats could do about it. They could ask him questions at the once-directed annual, you couldn't cut the funds, and at that time you couldn't even fire the director. The court intervened to say that the director isn't constitutionally appointed by the law, and that at least has been reformed by the courts. But the reality is this body has the same sort of oath to our Constitution to defend it. The courts did defend it and say you can't do that. This body should have defended it and said, look, even if I agree with some of the purpose of the thing, we can't unconstitutionally construct something, and we can't unconstitutionally fund it either. And that's what the underlying bill does. So I appreciate the reference to veterans, and it may be debatable to have some other benefits for veterans, but the idea that you get a benefit that says you don't have to pay your bills and then we make it harder to kick you out just because you're a veteran, I don't think veterans want that. That's not the reason I served, and I don't know very many people that's why they served either. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The ranking member seeks recognition on the amendment, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I support this amendment led by Representative Beatty, which would require financial institutions to offer veterans a bank account with low or few fees and would provide veterans with similar mortgage and foreclosure protections that service members have under the Service Members Civil Relief Act. Research has shown that for veterans, smaller financial problems, such as a single bounce check, can lead to larger financial concerns, including the possibility of losing their homes. Representative Beatty's amendment will help strengthen veterans' financial security and keep veterans and their families in their homes. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just say that as I took a close look at Ms. Beatty's bill, her amendment, I could not help but think about the number of veterans that contact my office who are looking for some help in getting disability that has been either denied by the administration, or the records are lost, or some other kinds of interferences have taken place. Now, there are many instances where we need to correct what is done with veterans in so many different ways. What Ms. Beatty is proposing is mild when you take a look at what the needs are. I want to tell you, we fight hard for veterans' disabilities, and we are winning. Sometimes it takes months to do it, but yeah, they're going to lose their home. They're going to be on the street. One of the things we should be shameful about is the number of veterans that we have on the streets every night in this country. And so, for everybody who claims they love the veterans, that they have made a sacrifice for all of us, when it comes down to what you're willing to do for them, then there's a different story. I support this bill. I think that it would be just a very small effort to assist veterans in some real ways, and I would ask for your aye vote on the bill, and especially all of those who go out every day talking about how much they love our veterans. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The Vice Chair of the Committee, Mr. Hill, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I thank the chairman, and I appreciate this well-intentioned amendment to support veterans by giving more power to the CFPB by creating a new title, creating new authorities for the CFPB. And I think I speak for everybody here on both sides of the aisle. We spend a disproportionate amount of effort in our district offices helping veterans, as the ranking member just discussed. Personally, in my 8 years of service in the House, I've had a wounded warrior on my staff the whole time, sometimes up to 3. And we have helping veterans in our district office as a preeminent part of our mission. And just last week, we announced that we'd hit $41 million in earned benefits returned to veterans in the 2nd District of Arkansas over that work and leadership by our Wounded Warrior team. Arkansas also doesn't tax retirement income for veterans, so feel free to consider moving. We're a very affordable state if you're a veteran. And many financial institutions offer special access to veteran loans from the VA, which are, as my friend from Ohio said, good, reasonable product, and many banks offer free checking. So look, I think the financial services industry is very sensitive to supporting our veterans. I don't think they need to be incented anymore by this mandate from a new mandate, a new title of authority from the CFPB. Also, I would tell my friends that there is an Office of Service Member Affairs at the CFPB now. And in fact, that Deputy Director, James Rice, testified before the Senate just last week, talking about all the things that the CFPB currently does for veterans, handling complaints, coordinating military education resources, coordinating financial literacy resources geared directly towards the military families and veteran families to protect them from scams. He testified that the customer complaints that the CFPB receives from veterans are essentially precisely the same ones they receive from non-veterans. And he went over in detail about how they enforce the Military Lending Act, the Credit Card Practices Act, the Fair Debt Collection Act, the Accuracy in Veteran Mortgage Servicing Act, and stated that he had recovered $175 million in relief over the 12 years of the CFPB's efforts benefiting veterans through public enforcement. So what's interesting about that testimony, Mr. Chairman, is that nowhere did Deputy Director Rice suggest that the CFPB needed additional authorities in order to service our important veteran population in the kinds of authorities and enforcement of consumer statutes that the CFPB already has. So in my view, I'm not supportive of this amendment because I think the amendment goes into actually the responsibility of the bank regulators and goes into the authority already vested in the VA and HUD related to housing. And so I would oppose the amendment. I thank the gentlewoman from Ohio for offering it, for her care for veterans, and I deal back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion, further debate on the amendment? Hearing none. Does the gentleman from Missouri insist on his point of order?
I withdraw my amendment, or my
Gentleman
point of order.
withdraws. If not, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Ohio, Mrs. Beatty. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. No. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise their hands. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to Rule 3C5 of the committee rules, a vote on the question is postponed. Is there further discussion or amendment on the bill?
Mr. Chair,
Ranking member seeks recognition.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will distribute. And we'll pause while that is being done.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve point of order.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves a point of order. Do all members have a copy of the amendment? Any member not have a copy of the amendment? The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2798, offered by Ms. Waters of California.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. A point of order is reserved. The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. My amendment would ensure that nothing in H.R. 2798 would limit the CFPB's authority and capacity to reduce excessive, harmful junk fees. While Republicans act like they don't know what a junk fee is, constituents in my district and across America know exactly what these are: inflated, hidden, or back-end fees that cut into consumer savings. President Biden, in his State of the Union address, highlighted several types of junk fees people in America are slapped with every day when paying health care bills, utility payments, and others. The financial services marketplace is littered with these fees, which include surprise overdraft fees and unreasonably high late fees charged by credit card companies. I, along with many others, were glad when Director Chopra announced the CFPB's initiative last year to tackle junk fees. For example, in a letter to the CFPB, the AARP wrote, and I quote, "AARP applauds the Bureau for examining junk fees across the consumer financial landscape and urges the Bureau to act decisively to rein in anti-consumer practices." End of quote. Pressure from the committee under my leadership, combined with CFPB's research on mega banks, overdraft fees, and its guidance and enforcement actions around surprise overdraft fees, have resulted in several banks, including some mega banks, to voluntarily eliminate such fees. These voluntary changes alone are expected to result in $3 billion in savings for consumers. The CFPB recently announced a proposed rulemaking that would limit credit card late fees to $8. CFPB's research has shown that cardholders living in low-income neighborhoods paid, on average, twice as much in total late fees as those in the richest areas. The CFPB's proposal is expected to save consumers up to $9 billion annually. I strongly support CFPB's work to reduce the junk fees, and we must ensure their authority and capacity to do so is not infringed by this toxic bill. So I urge members to support this amendment, and I yield back the ballot.
The lady yields back. Further discussion, further debate. The gentleman from Kentucky, Chair of the Financial Institutions Subcommittee, seeks recognition and is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I oppose this amendment because there is no statutory definition of a junk fee. The CFPB director, the single director, in a hearing, when we asked to define a junk fee, just made it up himself. That's one of the problems with the structure of the Bureau, that when you have an unaccountable agency run by a single director, when there is no congressional appropriations power of the purse, when there is no bipartisan commission, when there is no inspector general, when there is no accountability, and you have a single director, you just make up the law. You just make it up. And so you say, you know what, I think that's a junk fee, and so I'm going to ban it. Let me address two particular products and services that the Bureau is, I think, improperly defining as a junk fee. One is called overdraft protection. Overdraft protection is a short-term liquidity product that aids consumers making ends meet when a deposit account balance is low, particularly for those consumers who are unable to qualify for traditional credit products. These are the people, the very people that the Bureau say they're trying to protect. A recent study indicates that most consumers are well aware of the cost associated with tapping into overdraft coverage and choose to use this low-cost option to cover temporary funding shortfalls. Some financial institutions will derive a higher percentage of revenue from deposit account-related fees, such as overdraft or NSF, based on their business models and product offerings. Moreover, in December of 2021, Acting Comptroller Sue outlined potential reforms while cautioning that, quote, limiting overdrafts may limit the financial capacity for those who need it most, unquote. Here's the bottom line on overdraft or some of these other so-called junk fees. There is a cost associated with providing financial services and access to credit. And those costs include the risk to the offering firm or the bank or the provider of the credit for such products and credit extensions, which may be offset in part by these fees for the service. Moreover, there are statutory and regulatory requirements in place that guide financial institutions in how to properly communicate those costs, including the Truth in Lending Act, disclosure requirements, and fee disclosures promulgated by the CFPB. So there's protections in law already, number one. And number two, if the Bureau bans these so-called junk fees, it means these services go away. Or if they don't go away, they certainly increase in cost. I don't know how that helps consumers. On credit cards, on the credit card fees. Again, I don't know why we should be punishing subprime credit card borrowers with higher interest rates when they pay on time. That's exactly what's going to happen with the proposal from the CFPB. Low-income, subprime credit card borrowers who pay on time will see their interest rates go up. This is a rulemaking that is going to encourage people to pay late. Why does anyone think that that is a consumer protection measure? So, look, I just think at the end of the day, this amendment is a bad idea. There's no statutory definition of a junk fee, and most of what the director and the Bureau is defining as a junk fee is the cost of providing a service that is in demand, that consumers want, and when the Bureau engages in regulation, or even worse, when it just changes the law by, without even going through notice and comment rulemaking, through a edit to an exam manual or some edict or some blog post, or attempting to change the law without notice and comment, or through litigation, calling something a junk fee, what ends up happening is that consumers lose out. They lose access to credit, or they have to pay more for that service and product. And it's especially unfair when you have a low-income borrower who is punished for paying on time just in order to decrease a late fee for people who don't pay on time. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, which will hurt consumers, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate. Gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukemeyer, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to add on to what Chairman from Kentucky just talked about and explained on junk fees. You know, basically, the term is made up. I checked with the gentleman who wrote, he's an attorney, who wrote the book on financial, the dictionary on financial terms, the terms that are legal, the terms that we use every day. And I asked him about junk fees, and he said, it doesn't exist. They made it up. It's not a legally enforceable term. And so what we have here is the director of the CFPB knows he doesn't have authority over, as Chairman Barr indicated here, authority over overdraft fees. He doesn't have authority over the disclosures that are on hotel receipts. He doesn't have some other things, and so in order to get that authority, he created this word. And then he took his UDAP authority and he twisted and he turned it and he kind of extended it so he actually would have then the ability, by you creating a new word, to have authority over these things. He just, out of the air, made this up, and now he has authority. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. because it's not a legal term, it's not a legal way of going about things. He doesn't have authority over these things just because he made up a word to make it happen. This is kind of the way he does within guidance. We've gone through this over the years. He creates guidance so that he can go around Congress and go around the rules process to be able to then have authority to do things and try to enforce that. We all know that guidance is not enforceable. Even FSOC went along with that recently, not too long ago, and said that guidance is not enforceable. But this is what happens whenever you have an administration who refuses to acknowledge the rule of law, when you have a group of people who refuse to acknowledge that Congress is a check on their ability to do things, on their power. The checks and balances that are in place are there for a purpose. This is not a legal way of going about business. So when you have the word junk fees in this amendment, this whole thing should be thrown out because it doesn't make any sense. There is no such word as junk fees. That's like making me making up a word. So I just wanted to add to Chairman Barr's description here. This is the height of folly. All we're doing is entertaining the chairman of the CFPB's wildest dreams on how he can expand his authority when he really can't do it. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate on the amendment. Hearing none. Does the gentleman from Missouri withdraw
my point of order?
He withdraws his point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Waters. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair,
Recorded vote requested.
the ayes have it. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote shall raise their hand. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to Rule 3C5 of the Committee Rules, a vote on the question is postponed. Further discussion, further debate, further amendment. If there's no further discussion or amendment on H.R. 2798, the question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment as the nature of the substitute offered by the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Chairman, Green from Texas has an amendment at the desk.
I would encourage the members to be timely in this manner. I want members to be able to offer their amendments, but once we go into the process of calling the previous question, it will be done. So I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for the offering of his amendment. Does clerk have a copy of Mr. Green's amendment? If so, we'd love to have the distribution of it. I didn't hear you at all. Okay.
Everything's up to interpretation in the end. So.
Thank you.
Do all members have a copy of the bill that wish to have a copy of the bill? Clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2798, offered by Mr. Green of Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I ask that the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. Is there a point of order raised by the gentleman from Missouri?
I raise point of order.
A point of order is reserved. The gentleman is recognized. Mr. Green is recognized for his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and friends. I believe that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is an essential watchdog in our financial system. I believe that we must empower it further by establishing a strong whistleblower program at the Bureau. I believe that the Bureau was created for the purpose of enforcing federal consumer financial laws and protecting consumers from protecting consumers in the marketplace. Sorry about that, Mr. Chairman. I believe that as such, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau would benefit immensely from establishing a strong whistleblower program to incentivize members of the public to come forward with evidence of wrongdoing in the financial world, as well as to protect those whistleblowers who once they have come forward. I have legislation, H.R. 2465, the Financial Compensation for CFPB Whistleblowers Act, that would do just that. Regrettably, the Transparency and Accountability Reform Act does not do this. It provides fewer protections and incentives for whistleblowers. It does not, NOT, provide protections to ensure that employment contracts do not waive an employee's eligibility for a whistleblower award. My bill protects employees from employment contracts that eviscerate whistleblower rights. The majority's bill does not provide protections to ensure pre-dispute arbitration agreements or collective bargaining agreements do not waive an employee's eligibility for a whistleblower award. My bill protects employees' eligibility for a whistleblower award. The majority's bill also caps a maximum award for a Bureau whistleblower at $5 million. Some would think that that's a lot of money, and it is. But it is a cap. Well, if the SEC and the CFT had this same cap, a $110 million award paid to an SEC whistleblower in 2021 would not have been paid. And a $114 million award paid to a SEC whistleblower in 2020 would not have been paid. A $266.4 million award paid to a CFTC whistleblower in 2022 would not have been paid. This begs the question, why should the CFPB whistleblowers be treated differently? In closing, my amendment strikes the text of the Title VII of the CFPB Transparency and Accountability Reform Act and replaces it with the text of my H.R. 2464, the Financial Compensation for CFPB Whistleblowers Act. My amendment would establish a strong whistleblower program at the CFPB that would encourage the reporting of consumer fraud and abuse while better protecting whistleblowers from retaliation. The majority's weak benefits financial institutions at the expense of whistleblowers and consumers. I'm absolutely convinced that this bill would benefit consumers, but I'm equally as convinced that it will not get a fair hearing. But there are certain things that you do because you're required to, knowing that there will come a time when you'll have an opportunity to do the right thing. After all, my colleagues across the aisle are the same people who are repealing and replacing Obamacare. They've never given us a replacement, so they have no problems repealing without replacements. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate. Gentleman, Mr. Barr from Kentucky seeks recognition. Recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman. I thank my friend from Texas for responding to a request from the Trump administration here, because it was the Trump administration's director that asked for whistleblower protection language, and the gentleman is responding favorably to a request from President Trump's bureau. So thank you for that. And thank you for offering kind of a note of bipartisanship, because the gentleman's amendment is duplicative of language in the underlying bill in many respects. The underlying bill includes language from Mr. Emmer that provides for whistleblower protection, also responding to Director Kraninger's request for this. And the idea behind it and the history of this request was that the Bureau that my friends on the other side of the aisle support should be focused on true violations of consumer protection law. And we have extensive pre-existing consumer protection law that predate the Dodd-Frank law, some that's been amended since. And when there is a violation of consumer protection law, there should be a remedy, and there should be a focus on those violations. The idea behind a whistleblower provision is to focus the CFPB on those violations of well-established consumer protection law, as opposed to going down this rabbit hole of all these other ideas that frankly have no economic analysis, no cost-benefit analysis, and actually hurt the very consumers that they say they're trying to help. So I think there is a kind of a bipartisan agreement that this amendment demonstrates that we need to refocus the minds of the people at the Bureau on these whistleblowers who are ringing the bell or noticing violations of true consumer protection law. Now, one thing I will say about this language versus the Emmer language that's in the underlying legislation, and why I would oppose Mr. Green's amendment, is that Mr. Green's amendment is far more prescriptive in terms of what the Bureau can do, and the restrictions on arbitration agreements could actually impede the ability of a whistleblower to get compensation quicker. We don't want to disincentivize whistleblowers with overly restrictive provisions like this, number one. And, you know, the cap on $5 million, it is a little odd that, you know, a cap of $8 on late fees is okay, but a cap of $5 million for a whistleblower is not okay. So if you're going to be supporting arbitrary caps in the one instance, at least be consistent and support an arbitrary cap in the other instance. With that, I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The ranking member seeks recognition, is recognized for 5 minutes for the purposes of debate on the amendment.
I support this amendment led by Representative Green. I understand that there is a provision in this bill that is similar to a bill that Mr. Green introduced back in June 2020 to protect whistleblowers after then CFPB Director Kraninger proposed a CFPB whistleblower program. So this amendment would strike and replace that provision with this bill. This amendment would provide strong incentives for whistleblowers to come forward by not imposing a dollar cap on the award amount, and it would ensure employees are not barred from receiving their compensation, including their employment contracts. Putting a dollar cap on rewards, as Republicans are proposing would kill only deterred whistleblowers from coming forward, meaning some misconduct resulting in consumer harm may go unreported. Furthermore, Mr. Green's amendment adds a further protection to ensure employment, contracts, and forced arbitration provisions do not prevent a whistleblower from participating in this program. However, considering the extensive similarities between this provision and Mr. Green's bill, this seems like the kind of thing that we could have worked out in a bipartisan manner if given the opportunity. It is a shame that this has been shoved into such a toxic package with no such opportunity. Perhaps we can work on this separately in the future. I urge members to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back the balance of her time. Further discussion, further debate. Mr. Lynch seeks recognition, is recognized for 5 minutes for purposes of debate on this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word, and I yield to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. And thank you, Madam Chair, for your support. The cap is a financial industry's dream come true. It literally will limit their liability. We don't do this for other agencies, the CFTC, for example, and we don't do it for the SEC. But now we are going to give the financial industries the kind of cap that such that they can simply build $5 million into a wrong and proceed to have it as a part of their business product. I'm just amazed that we would now want to place this cap on liability, because that's what it is, cap on liabilities, such that the industry can literally build into their budget wrongs, knowing that they only have $5 million worth of liability. And also this notion of being able to contract away your right as a whistleblower. That is restrictive, and I support it. I don't think that you should be able to contract the whistleblowers right away. You won't get people to call these wrongs to the attention of the public and to the attention of the appropriate authorities. So yes, it's restrictive, but it's a necessary restriction. And of course, I am absolutely convinced that anybody can be right every now and then, even a twice impeached president who should have been convicted by the Senate, since you brought it up.
Doing this, huh?
I didn't introduce the topic, you did. A twice impeached president. Even he can be right. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate on the amendment on the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau.
You bet the balance of my time.
From Massachusetts, yield back.
I'm just yielding. It was my time. I was just yielding.
I'm asking if you're yielding back.
I am.
Good. Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate on this amendment. If not, does the gentleman from Missouri insist on his point of order?
I withdraw my point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Now the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Green of Texas. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it.
Recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, please raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered, and pursuant to Rule 3C5 of the Committee Rules, a vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion, further debate, further amendment? Gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause while the clerk distributes.
Mr. Chairman, reserve a point of order.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves a point of order.
Mr. Chairman?
Do all members have a copy of the bill? Or a copy of the amendment? The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2798.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. A point of order is reserved by the gentleman from Missouri. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized for his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think everybody who participated in those marathon sessions we had after the 2008 economic collapse, it was a very, very frightening period of time. You were here. All of us, up to me, were here on this side. And I think everybody was trying to do the best they could, and we tried to address all of the problems and causes that we could identify. And I think we came to the conclusion that we'd be better off not just doing wishes, but being action takers. And so we moved into the whole CFPB creation. And it was two administrations that actually bumped into each other as we were responding to the collapse. And all those first days, we dealt with Secretary Paulson right here in this room. And I don't think that we had a lot of partisanship on anything, including CFPB. I mean, there were disagreements, but I don't remember any member of the administration coming forth to oppose that creation. I'm going to be open to seeing something that would contradict me. But my amendment would ensure that H.R. 2798 would not prevent the CFPB from doing anything within its congressionally authorized power to protect homeowners and prevent foreclosures in rural communities across the nation. The home foreclosure process is extremely expensive. The CFPB has found that the average cost from a completed foreclosure is approximately $12,500 and is devastating to the wealth accumulated through equity and home ownership. Foreclosures also damage a consumer's credit and stay on the paying of higher interest rates on future home purchases. It is in the interest of Congress to prevent this outcome, both for the families involved and in the interest of preserving the fabric of stable and healthy communities. Congress passed the Dodd-Frank Act in 2010 in the aftermath of the foreclosure crisis to put an end to the risky practices that resulted in a wave of foreclosure that rocked the nation's economy, including Missouri's. And I can remember we had people coming here every day testifying from all across the country about what was happening in their communities. It was something that was grabbing hold of all of us when we heard all the pain that people were experiencing. And so today, the CFPB rules implement provisions of the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform Consumer Protection Act, the Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act, and the Truth in Lending Act regarding mortgage loan servicing and addresses servicers' obligations to establish reasonable policies and procedures to achieve certain delineated objectives, to provide information about mortgage loss mitigation options to delinquent borrowers, to establish policies and procedures for providing delinquent borrowers with continuity of contact with servicer personnel capable of performing certain functions. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. In addition, CFPB research has shed light on the financial conditions of rural communities and helped policymakers better understand looming housing crisis. Now, this is extremely important to me, and I think to many others. There are several housing challenges relevant to rural America, including the lack of access to financial services or the financial education, mortgages tied to manufactured housing, and HMDA data analysis, which suggests that some rural areas are seeing means mortgage interest rates much higher than the national numbers. Rural America is hurting. My amendment simply asks that the underlying bill does not limit the authority or capacity of the CFPB to prevent unnecessary foreclosures in rural America. I urge members to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. If there's further discussion, further debate. Gentleman from Ohio, the chair of the Housing Subcommittee, Mr. Davidson, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman, and I thank the ranking member of the Housing Insurance Subcommittee for thinking about affordable housing. And really, when I think about our committee's jurisdiction and the need to address affordable housing, I'm frustrated because that's in the Ag Committee's jurisdiction, not ours. When I think about capital markets and I think about the importance commodities make up in capital formation in our economy, I'm frustrated because that's in the Ag Committee's jurisdiction. But, when you talk about foreclosures are tragic. Most of the time it's because something bad happened in a family. They hit a hard time or a circumstance and they can't make their obligations. And making sure that consumers are treated fairly is already addressed in the underlying bill and the jurisdiction of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and frankly, in the charters for our banks, in the way that the housing market is regulated in the United States, and frankly, perhaps over-regulated in many states. So I think the amendment is duplicative. But when I think about affordable housing, I think about the actions that have taken to make housing not as affordable. When I think about Consumer Price Index that says housing is 70% of inflation right now, I think about the things that this body's doing that are making housing less affordable. And one of those we just voted on tonight. We're hitting the debt limit. We're blowing through our spending. We're spending more money than anybody will even lend us. And so much that the Federal Reserve has to load up their balance sheet to the tune of nearly $9 trillion. And it would be bad enough if it was just treasuries, but they're propping up mortgage-backed securities as well. Now, some people think that that's artificially raising the price of interest, but the reality is, once they slowed and started tapering their rates, treasuries actually went up. Now, they raised the underlying rates because they set prices, but the market still isn't buying all the treasuries. The reality is when you have the Fed intervening in markets, you don't really have true price discovery. And if the solution's always more government, more government, more government, you kill the function of the market. And I think the purpose of our job here should make the markets function. So I oppose the amendment. I hope our colleagues oppose it. With that, I'd like to yield some time to Mr. Stile from Wisconsin.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio, and I couldn't agree more. I appreciate the intention of this amendment focused on rural housing, but let me tell you, we were just on the House floor trying to actually address the biggest issue of the day, inflation. We've had 24 straight months of inflation outpacing wages. Why do you think we got the crisis that's occurring right now for so many American families who can't afford to pay the rent, can't afford to pay their mortgage? We're sitting here tilling away at windmills with amendments from my colleagues across the aisle who couldn't find $1 of savings to try to address the debt. The President of the United States can't find $1 of savings in a 31, you can't hear me, I can get louder if you like. I'll pull the microphone back, is that better, Ms. Ranking Member? You can't, you got the President of the United States who's got his head in the sand saying my way or the highway, an incredibly dangerous and reckless position as it relates to this massive debt ceiling that we're facing, this debt crisis that we're facing. Inflation's running rampant because my colleagues on the left side of the aisle, on Democratic one-party control, spent trillions of new dollars, have conducted a war on energy, driving energy costs higher. We saw people paid not to work after the pandemic. And so if we want to be serious about the topics being raised by my colleagues in these amendments, whether or not it's helping veterans, whether or not it is addressing those who are facing foreclosure in rural housing, topics that are worthy of the time of debate and discussion in this House, let's have it. But let's have it on the merits of what's causing the underlying problem. We got the President of the United States unable to find $1 of savings, saying my way or the highway, a dangerous and reckless position as it relates to addressing a debt crisis. And here we are watching the Democrats bring forward bills that don't address the issue of the day. It's beyond frustrating. I'm more than happy to work with my colleagues as it relates to the serious and substantive issues before us. I appreciate the gentleman from Ohio yielding, and I yield back.
Time's expired, and I yield.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time has expired. Further discussion, further debate. Ranking member seeks recognition, is recognized for purposes of debate on this amendment.
Thank you very much. As I listened to the amendment by Mr. Cleaver, I could not help but recall a conversation that I started right here in this committee about what I termed an urban-rural renaissance in housing. As a matter of fact, I said at that time, and I continue to believe, that the attention that has been needed for housing in rural communities has not been given by many of those who represent these communities. As a matter of fact, we are desperately needing resources for housing all over this country, both in urban and rural communities. However, you don't hear a lot of talk from those who represent these rural areas about how desperate some of the people who live in them really are. You don't hear real advocacy to deal with people in rural communities who are living in shacks, who are living in rundown places without water and other kinds of basic kinds of utility needs that they have. And so, Mr. Cleaver is simply, in this bill, reminding those of you and those of us who represent these kinds of communities that we need to pay attention to housing. We need to pay attention to housing in the rural communities. I believe that the discussion that we're starting, the bill that I've started to work on that talks about this urban housing renaissance, really should be taken seriously. And I don't think that those who want to disallow this committee to be in the forefront of assistance to those who you represent and say that perhaps we're talking about doing stuff for veterans, we're talking about doing stuff for teachers and for children and on and on and on. I think that you should not in any way continue to talk about this president and the amount of money that he has been advocating for those who deserve our support. As a matter of fact, it was the previous president who was a big-time spender and who said it loud and clear and said he loved to spend money. And so I did not hear this kind of talk about him and spending money at the time that he was identifying himself as a big-time spender. I would ask the members to pay attention to rural housing and to the needs of people in rural communities and people who are living in these shacks and people who are living on the ground. And I would ask those members who are denying the advocacy that is needed so desperately for these rural constituents of yours to stop blaming the victims for not being able to pay the kind of mortgages and to do the kind of, have the kind of jobs even that's needed. I am someone representing urban areas, but I care about everybody in this country, include the rural ones. And even though they may not know who the advocates are, we're going to make sure that they know and they understand who is advocating for them, unless, of course, we want to do some real bipartisan work. I yield back.
Is there further debate or amendment? I'm sorry, further discussion or debate on the amendment? The Vice Chair, Mr. Hill of Arkansas, is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I am grateful for this debate to talk about how we can actually help families who live in rural areas, and it won't be by passing this amendment. The things that would help people in rural America is to stop a 40-year high in inflation brought about by irresponsible spending of the past 2 years of the Biden administration. $7,700 more this year than what people paid back in 2021. Well, when you're in a rural area working 2 jobs and you might make the median income in Arkansas $44,000. $7,000 is a lot of money. 2020 is $2 a gallon to commute the 30 extra miles you have to go work in a rural area. And that's a lot, $3 more a gallon, $5 a gallon, that's a big difference. So if we want to help rural people, and we want to help all Americans, we won't continue to contribute to this inflationary environment by this out-of-control federal spending. It's virtually irresponsible. And it's insulting to rural Americans to have euphemistically named bills like the Inflation Reduction Act. So if we want to help rural Americans, that's one way we can do it. And if we want to improve housing in rural Americans, then I'll never forget coming here in 2015 and the condescending comments that I heard about manufactured housing. Boy, it was something else. And so insulting. When there are no stick-built builders in rural America, and the finest house you could get is to be able to have a manufactured home on a piece of property you rent, or maybe your grandfather, your dad deeded something out to you. But there was a lot of complaint about how unfair financing is for manufactured housing, how those people are treated unfairly. Well, let me tell you, air-conditioned house, manufactured house in the rural area is a castle. And they're happy to pay a little higher interest rate in order to have a clean, decent house where there are no houses being built. So I don't think that if we're serious about helping rural Americans, we could do that big time by stopping inflation, encouraging manufactured housing, and the efficiency in a secondary market for those loans. And by golly, stop drowning our people in the fact that they can't afford the basics of life. And I thank the chairman. I yield to my friend from Wisconsin.
I'll be brief. I just think you're spot on. And I appreciate my colleagues' comments from Arkansas. The challenges that we see across this country right now, I think, are the result of Democratic one-party control in Washington, We're trying to clean up this mess. We spent time on the floor today. I was disappointed none of my colleagues across the aisle came together to recognize the fact that we got to have a sensible, reasonable approach to lifting this debt ceiling by limiting spending, by growing the economy, by saving taxpayers money. We got to get our country back on track because people in my state of Wisconsin, it sounds like folks maybe in my colleagues' home state of Arkansas, and it's true across this country, are falling further and further behind as inflation outpaces their wages. And so we got to get serious about how we're going to do this. We put forward a bill on the House floor, as we said moments ago. None of my colleagues across the aisle were able to come to the table and find savings for the American people. And we continue to see inflation rear its ugly head. We continue to creep towards this debt ceiling deadline. The President of the United States keeps his head in the sand. We're in a dangerous predicament. I think we need to have a serious and substantive debate to actually address the fact that we need to help people in rural America, we need to help people in urban America, we need to help people in suburban America. And this amendment doesn't do it. And with that, I will yield back to my colleague from...
I yield back to the chair.
Vice Chair yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, is recognized for 5 minutes for debate.
Thank you. I just want to say about the gentleman's amendment on housing, on his attempt to raise that issue. At least over the 22 years that I've been here in Congress, there's been a pattern with respect to affordable housing, and that is whether, look, I grew up in affordable housing, in a housing projects. I also had an opportunity to live in a double-wide trailer in New Mexico when I was working out there, and I was thankful that I had a roof over my head. But there is a pattern here that when Democrats are in control of this committee, we talk about housing, and we try to move programs, and we try to solve that. And although this is not unanimous on the Republican side, it seems like when the Republicans are in charge, it goes quiet on housing. We have the size of the committee goes down, the number of hearings that we have on it go down, and we really don't grapple with that issue. Now, ironically, some of the best housing programs that we see in this country today were launched on the Republican side. Hope 6, Jack Kemp came up with that. So I know that I'm not painting everybody with the same brush, but there does seem to be a pattern here. And with that, I want to yield to my friend from Missouri if he might have any further remarks.
Thank you. The hour grows late, and so I don't want to miss the opportunity to make some corrections. First of all, USDA does, in fact, have rural programs, but so does HUD. HUD, almost from the very beginning, has operated rural programs. The Rural Gateway Program is a program that's been around for years and years and years. The Rental Housing 515 program has been around for years. And there's been a big proposal laid out that there are some additional houses USDA handles that should be going to HUD. By the way, the person who made that proposal was Donald Trump in 2018, June 21st. My colleague from Arkansas was right on much of what he said. I agree with him, what he said. I lived in one of those shacks in rural America, which still stands in Waxahachie, Texas. So when I start talking about rural America, I'm not talking about something that is distant and I have to try to make up stuff. I lived it in a house for 6 people with 2 rooms. So I think, I mean, I guess there's no amendment that's going to get accepted, and I understand I've been here a long time. But I do think that there ought to be a sincere effort made to just lay out what is factual as we debate these programs. And I would be thoroughly happy if we allowed HUD to expand its programs into rural America, because that's not, USDA does not specialize in housing. And I think President Trump realized that when he tried to move some housing over. With that, I'll yield back.
reclaiming my time. I just want to say about this afternoon, that was not a serious piece of legislation. That was a joke. That was an absolute joke. We would never have put the previous president in a bind like you have put this country and moved it closer to default on its debt. The bill today on the floor was a move towards brinksmanship. 3 times my colleagues on the other side of the aisle voted to lift the debt limit, to raise the debt limit, so that this country wouldn't be put in a difficult position under President Trump. And we joined you in a bipartisan way to lift that debt limit.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will, yes.
Well, I just want to be on record with you, sir, that Mr. McCarthy met with the president on February 1st, and he's never, ever followed up having promised to meet. And House Republicans did come together to raise the debt ceiling limit with our policy preferences. And so we've taken action, and the Senate and the president have not. And I yield back to my friend.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate. Mr. Barr, the gentleman from Kentucky, might have an opinion on his bill. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you,
on the
Mr.
amendment.
Chairman. Move straight last word. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, for shining light and focusing on rural housing. I care about that. I represent a rural congressional district, and there is a need for rural housing. I have 4 points, though, why I oppose the gentleman's amendment. One is that the amendment would not prevent the CFPB from having the authority or the capacity to address rural housing issues, foreclosures, et cetera. In fact, the underlying legislation is silent on the CFPB's authority. What it would do, though, is, and this is my second point, is it would broaden the perspective of the CFPB away from a single director who has no understanding of the economics of rural America. The current single director, the current partisan director, the only person in charge of the Bureau, grew up in a suburb of New York City. He went to college in Boston. He went to graduate school in Philadelphia. And he's lived his entire professional life in Washington, D.C. Mr. Chopra has never lived, as far as I know, in rural Kentucky or rural Arkansas. So I think the idea of a multi-member commission that might reflect the diversity of our country with different perspectives from different geographies in our country, some urban, some suburban, some rural, might actually improve the decision-making of the consumer financial protection so that the Bureau is bringing the perspectives of consumers from all walks of life in all parts of our country. Third point, if we subject the Bureau to congressional appropriations, then the Bureau, commissioner or single director, will have to pay attention to the incredibly diverse perspectives of the United States House of Representatives and the Senate. 100 different senators from 50 different states, 435 different congressional districts, paying attention to the elected representatives of the American people, representing every corner of our country, rural, suburban, urban, all kinds of different perspectives. That would improve, being accountable to all of those perspectives would improve the diversity of thought and ideas at the Bureau. And finally, to amplify Mr. Hill's point about the Bureau, the condescension of the Bureau about manufactured housing in many of our districts, I want to add to that. It wasn't just condescension. The CFPB, maybe unwittingly, if we want to defend them and give them the benefit of the doubt, unwittingly, actively hurting access to manufactured housing. It took an act of Congress, bipartisan. Terry Sewell, working with Republicans in a bipartisan way to fix the error of the CFPB, which made financing of manufactured housing more difficult. So it's not just condescension. It's the fact that the Bureau is so out of touch, so insulated from accountability, so disconnected from the realities of working people in rural America, that they are promulgating rules and policies that actively deprive Americans access to affordable financing for manufactured housing. This is why we need this bill. Our bill will protect people in rural housing. This amendment does nothing to do so. I yield to the gentlelady from Texas.
Thank you. My district is in South Texas, and we are over 80% Hispanic. It is a rural community. You care about rural community, you talk about caring about minorities, then you're talking about my district. If you want to help rural communities and minorities, then stop the burdensome regulation that y'all were just talking about an hour ago that hurts regional banks and community banks in rural America. That's what will help rural America. Now, if you want to talk about something because you're concerned about housing, why don't we talk about something that's not only hurting rural America, but urban America, but national security, and that is our border, securing our border. Why don't we talk about that and how that's affecting rural America, how that's affecting our urban areas and our national security? We've got a problem here. You want to protect Hispanics or do only Black lives matter? Because I think Hispanic lives matter and I think all lives matter. Yes, all lives do matter. And you know what? In my district, we care about not only our rural communities, but all communities. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
My time's expired, yield back.
Chair will admonish members to direct their comments to the chair. That is under the rules of this committee, the expectation for members. We're debating the underlying. We're debating a bill in the banking committee, for heaven's sakes. Let's talk about the issues of the day, if we could. The amendment.
This is not Homeland Security.
All right, housing.
The time has expired.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady from Texas moves to strike the last word on the amendment. Gentlelady's recognized.
I support the amendment, and I just want to say, as someone that was born and raised in South Texas, I really reject the comments, and I would ask the chair to have them taken down that my colleague has made. I thought they were purely race baiting. It's abhorrent. And I am not going to sit here and let her speak for South Texas when I too was born and raised in South Texas, and I reject her comments. Mr. Chairman, I want a ruling on my request.
Member will dispense. We'll pause the time for a moment.
I can't believe this.
go.
Okay, Chris.
The committee will come to order from our brief recess. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, is recognized. The gentlewoman, does she insist on her point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I do insist on my point of order. I firmly believe that the words used were racist and offensive and abhorrent, and they should be taken down. However, in the interest of some level of collegiality, I will yield to the gentlelady from Texas for any apology that she might make.
Thank you, Congresswoman Garcia. I would like to first say to Mr. Cleaver, I'm really just meeting him for the first time today. I don't believe we've spoken previously to this. And of course, as Mr. Cleaver and I have spoken, it was not my intention to direct any comment to Mr. Cleaver or to offend Mr. Cleaver in any way. And I'm so thankful to Mr. Cleaver for speaking with me and taking the time to have a nice conversation about what happened. And I believe that we've come to a consensus that his heart is good, my heart is good, and that there was no ill intention. With that, I would like to say that I am a freshman and I'm learning just as we're all learning here. And so thank you so much for giving me the opportunity, and thank you, Mr. Cleaver, for speaking with me to the side right now. I do appreciate your time. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I will continue to urge my point of order.
Julie insists on her.
Yes, I do.
Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia. Does Ms. Garcia, is she willing to yield to Ms. Dela Cruz of Texas?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Garcia, and to everybody in here, there was no intention to offend anybody in this room, and I hope that we can get back to the markup. With that, I yield back.
Does Ms. Garcia insist on or withdrawal?
Mr. Chairman, in light of the late hour and the work that's still ahead of us, and in the spirit of some semblance of collegiality, I would hope that this is a lesson learned for all of us in terms of how we talk not only on the issues and the policies here before us, but also among each other. And remember that words do matter, and people are listening, not just in here, but also those that may be watching by television. So in the interest of harmony and moving forward, I will accept what is somewhat of a backdoor apology and withdraw my point of order.
Gentlelady withdraws her point of order. Is there further discussion, further debate on the underlying amendment offered by Mr. Cleaver of Missouri that is on rural housing as it relates to the CFPB bill before us? The gentleman from New York wishes to strike the last word on the amendment. Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's been a lot of discussion about this provision and a lot talked about with respect to housing and the need for housing throughout America. The reality today is that we do have a housing crisis. We have a growing homeless population across this country. In California, 129,000 people homeless. In New York, 91,000 people homeless. Massachusetts, 20,000 people homeless. In New York City, you have 50,000 vacant units. Why? Because of horrifically bad housing policies. Rent control in New York City has created an absolute mess. And now you have landlords who will not upgrade their apartments because they can't recoup the funds because they're capped at what they can charge for rent. 50,000 units. Interest rates today, if you want to buy a home, 30-year fixed mortgage, 7.126%. 15-year fixed mortgage, 6.135%. Why are interest rates so high? Because of record inflation, a 41-year record high. Why? Because of reckless, out-of-control spending. $5 trillion in new spending. We have a crisis, all right. And amendments like this are doing nothing about it. We had a bill on the House floor today to deal with our impending debt crisis. $31 trillion in counting in our national debt. I've had 3 parameters throughout this entire discussion. The President and the Senate Majority Leader must negotiate with the Speaker. We must cut spending, and we must not default. If we want to make housing in this country more affordable, then we need to reduce the cost of living. The only way to do that is to rein in inflation, cut government spending, increase domestic production of energy, and actually have a housing policy that works. People go to the grocery store and they can't even buy eggs, milk, chicken, basic necessities for under $100. It's crazy when you see what people are paying at the grocery store today. So we talk about wanting to help rural America. We talk about wanting to help veterans, seniors, young people. Then let's actually focus on policies that do that, instead of continuing down the reckless path, the path of the last 2 years. These amendments are nothing but political statements. They're not actually designed to solve any problems. So if we're serious at this late hour about doing actual work, then let's get to the business of that rather than wasting time on these worthless amendments. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment offered by Mr. Cleaver? Hearing no further discussion or debate, does the gentleman from Missouri insist on his point of order?
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman withdraws his point of
withdraw my
order.
point of order.
The question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Cleaver of Missouri. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. A recorded vote is requested by the ranking member. All those in favor of recorded vote, please raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hands, recorded vote is ordered pursuant to Rule 3C5 of the committee rules. Sorry to do that so fast, but pursuant to Rule 3C5 of the committee rules, a vote on the question is postponed. Are there further amendments?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Williams of Georgia.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Patiently waiting for a brief moment. The clerk will distribute the amendment. Very patiently waiting.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reserve a point of order.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves a point of order. Do all members that wish to receive a copy of the amendment, have they received it or not? The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2798, offered by Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. A point of order is reserved by the gentleman from Missouri. The gentlewoman from Georgia, who's patiently waited, is recognized for 5 minutes on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've had a lot of conversation today about urban America, about rural America, about suburban America. Well, I have an amendment that will help all Americans. When Democrats led this committee, we took steps to make sure that mega banks were being held accountable, especially when they repeatedly harm consumers in violation of the law. The violations committed by mega banks were egregious and deeply damaging, and I'm sure that everyone who sits on this committee has constituents who've been harmed by mega banks' illegal activities. These activities include repeatedly misapplying loan payments, wrongfully foreclosing on homes, illegally repossessing vehicles, incorrectly assessing fees and interest, and charging surprise overdraft fees. Serious stuff that changes people's lives for the worse, especially my constituents in Atlanta, where we unfortunately lead the nation in the racial wealth gap. One example is Wells Fargo, whose illegal activities harm over 16 million affected consumer accounts. And what did Democrats do specifically? We invited mega bank CEOs to discuss their bank's activities, and we investigated bad actors that extensively harm consumers. We took steps to protect our constituents like we were sent here to do. I'm deeply concerned that the bill that we're considering today would make it much harder for the CFPB to hold mega bank repeat offenders accountable for their misdeeds, leaving our constituents more vulnerable to harm. So I'm offering this amendment that, again, impacts all Americans, rural America, suburban America, and urban America. We want to make sure that nothing in this bill will affect or otherwise undermine CFPB's authority and capacity to aggressively hold megabank repeat offenders accountable, and I urge members to support my amendment, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman from Georgia who yields back. Is there further, any other members wish recognition? Mr. Barr is recognized, I'm sorry, the Vice Chair, Mr. Hill, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask the gentlewoman from Georgia to engage me with a couple of questions about her amendment, if I might. I don't think the word mega bank is like in the CFPB statute or in the banking statute. What is the gentlewoman's definition of what a mega bank is?
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, please.
I'm happy to work with you on a definition that makes sure that all of the consumers that we represent that sent us here to make sure that they are not taken advantage of and that they get the protections that they need when large banks, mega banks, however we want to define it today, that is our job in this committee, to define the rules of the road so that our consumers are protected.
I thank the gentlewoman reclaiming my time. Of course, we definitely want to make sure that the consumer financial protection laws are enforced, but we also have an obligation in this committee to make sure that we construct our amendments using the terms that are in the statute, make sure they're accurate, make sure they're explained. So that was the reason for my question. Well, I think the CFPB has had no lack of any authority whatsoever to impose huge penalties on any bank that's violating consumer protection laws that they're charged under Dodd-Frank with overseeing. And I think there have been record settlements on penalties of banks of all sizes for violating consumer finance protection laws, but particularly the largest banks, the systemically important banks in the country. And so I don't know that this amendment is needed, and I don't believe that anything in the proposed comments by Mr. Barr of Kentucky would indicate that it is, but I'd yield to my friend from Kentucky if he would like to address this issue.
I thank my friend from Arkansas for yielding, and no, there's nothing in the bill that I've introduced that would in any way deprive the CFPB from existing authorities to enforce consumer financial protection laws related to banks regardless of size, except of course institutions exempt under existing law from CFPB jurisdiction, those small institutions under $10 billion in assets. So the problem, though, that I would point out is that the CFPB has failed with some of the largest institutions in the country to identify just basic violations of pre-existing consumer protection law. Wells Fargo is a perfect example where the CFPB was asleep at the switch. So the problem is not the lack of this amendment or the lack of authority. They have the authority. They just are not focused on doing their job because they're on various political errands and they're not accountable to the American people. The term mega bank, as the gentleman from Arkansas points out, is not in the statute. That's political rhetoric. It means nothing. If there's no definition, I mean, maybe if the gentlelady had said globally systemic important financial institutions, that's in existing statutory, and that has a definition. Maybe if there's an asset limitation, that might give us a little bit of insight or visibility into what she means. But I would remind all of my colleagues, not just the gentlelady from Atlanta, from Georgia, that the Dodd-Frank law created an implicit guarantee of too big to fail banks. It created the Orderly Liquidation Authority. Even the CEOs of the largest Wall Street banks in the country have conceded that the regulatory pressures imposed on financial institutions in Dodd-Frank are regulatory pressures that they uniquely can afford, and that smaller and medium-sized and regional banks cannot. The Dodd-Frank law itself, with the deluge of regulatory burdens, have actually created an advantage for the largest banks in the country. And the CEOs of those large banks admit it, that it gives them a competitive advantage. It gives them an implicit guarantee, a government guarantee. In the wake of Silicon Valley, when we've seen migration of deposits from small, medium, especially mid-sized banks to the largest GSIB banks, the Wall Street banks, the mid-sized banks are complaining about the two-tiered system that all of this regulation has created. The two-tier system is that if you're a small community or mid-sized banks, you can't survive without consolidation. But if you're a Wall Street bank, you can afford it. All of these regulations from the CFPB, you know who it hurts? The small banks who can't afford it. This disadvantages small banks. That's why we're trying to reform the CFPB to put them at some competitive level playing field. I yield back.
The Vice Chair's time's expired, and everybody yields back. We'll now recognize the ranking member on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I support this amendment led by Representative Williams, which would hold mega banks and repeat offenders like Wells Fargo accountable for their illegal actions and harming consumers. Late last year, I was pleased that the CFPB slapped Wells Fargo with another very large fine in an order to provide relief to consumers who had their cars repossessed, didn't receive the loan modifications they needed to stay in their homes, and were charged illegal surprise overdraft fees. However, as I've said before and I'll say again, federal regulators and the CFPB must be doing more to rein in those repeat offenders. My bill, the Repeat Offenders, Mega Banks, and Credit Bureaus Accountability Act, would require federal regulators to create a strategic plan for dealing with repeat offenders and require swift remediation of consumers harmed by the repeat offenders' actions. Ms. Williams' amendment will ensure that despite the harmful provisions in the underlying bill, the CFPB will continue to fulfill its mission to protect against abusive lenders. I urge members to support this amendment, and I yield back.
The ranking member yields back. Is there further discussion, further debate? Hearing none. The gentleman from Missouri, does he wish to withdraw his point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Gentleman withdraws. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by Ms. Williams of Georgia. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote raise their hands. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to Rule 3C5 of the committee rules, a vote on the question is postponed. Further discussion, further debate. Gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, seeks recognition.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will distribute the amendment, and we'll suspend.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve point of order.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves a point of order. Do all members have the amendment distributed? Okay. Good job. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Clerk will report the amendment. My apologies.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. A point of order is reserved. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. This amendment would provide important, very critical credit reporting protections for our service members in the area of medical debt. As you know from the previous years of working on this committee together, Chairman and other members, this is something that, again, is very critical to our veteran community. Medical debt placed on credit reports can make it very challenging for consumers to gain access to credit or secure employment and housing now. For many of our service members, their credit history is also reviewed as part of their security clearance checks, and any blemish on their credit report can lead to having that clearance revoked. Specifically, my amendment would require 3 nationwide credit bureaus to hold off for 2 years before adding any medical debt to a service member's credit report and ban the reporting of debt related to medically necessary procedures. Medical procedures should not stand in the way of anyone's success, including our service members who sacrifice their lives every single day for our country. My amendment, Mr. Chair, was included in the bipartisan en bloc package of amendments added to last year's NDAA that passed the House, with more than 60 of my Republican colleagues supporting the package, including Mr. Chair, yourself, including Chair Barr and others. And so, again, this is the same language from before. I do want to note this, and I had mentioned this to some colleagues. It is very important to know 43 million Americans are struggling now with medical debt on their credit report. That's 20% of households. And even more important is that 58% of the debt collection, like the collections within our country, it's all for medical bills. The thing that makes me most angry, though, is I found out between 2018 and 2021, complaints from, again, neighbors, again, across the country about collection attempts on medical bills were not actually owed. It was increased by 31%. So a lot of the bills, again, that are, they're rushing to put on people's credit report is something that many insurance companies are covering. Is it shouldn't have been on there in the beginning. And again, there's been some, activity, I think, by folks that are putting those bills on people's credit report to a point that, again, that negatively impacts. This particular, though, amendment, again, particularly focuses on our service members. Is also very important to know, please note this, nothing in this act or amendment by the session is construed to limit any authority or capacity of CFPB to take actions to protect service members by preventing consumer reporting agencies from, again, reporting on medical debt for at least 2 years and then medically banning prohibiting any medically necessary debt. Again, with that, I yield and really encourage our colleagues. Again, this is nothing new. I've talked to many of you about this. I think this is something that we can really change the lives of our service members that, again, no fault of their own, have sought medical care, and again, due to many challenges within our healthcare system in our country, are now facing so much medical debt, and again, much of that sometimes not even accurately posted on their credit report. So with that, I yield, Mr. Chair.
Gentlelady yields back. Ranking member seeks recognition and is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I support this amendment led by Representative Tlaib, which would provide important credit reporting protections for service members, including banning the inclusion of debt related to a medically necessary procedure. Just last week, the CFPB's Assistant Director of the Office of Service Member Affairs testified that as part of their security clearance checks, many service members have their credit history reviewed. This process is very high stakes, so much so that service members are known to pay off debts, including medical debts they don't even owe, just to avoid getting a blemish on their credit record. This is unfair to these service members, and we should ensure they have the robust consumer protections they deserve. I urge members to support this amendment, and I yield back.
The ranking member yields back. I move to strike the last word. I appreciate my colleague, Ms. Tlaib, for her interest in this issue, long interest since she's been elected to Congress. She's engaged in this issue mightily, and we have some alignment of interest here. The specifics of this, the underlying statute of the CFPB does not prevent the actions contained within this amendment, so it is not legally necessary. The design of this, the specifics of only service members, I would broaden that, and then I would restrict the piece on and the legislation I have is very similar in form to this, but it is for paid medical debt. So I'll give you an example, Ms. Tlaib. So you remember the fox that was rabid and loose on Capitol Hill last year? Do you all remember this? It bit our colleague Ami Bera. And Ami Bera was in the press for 2 weeks because he had gotten bitten by a rabid fox on Capitol Hill, which meant that Ami Bera was in the press for 2 weeks. It was reported that that fox bit other members of our staff and folks on Capitol Hill. It bit me, right? But I saw how much press Ami Bera was getting on that, and I didn't say anything about it because I didn't want to be in the press, and I didn't want my Wikipedia page to say, and he got bitten by a rabid fox. So I let everything pass, and then I do an interview. I tell a couple of my colleagues and friends that, of course, then make fun of me for months about this thing, and understand that this fox, a rabid fox, is just completely insane. I'm running in front of the Capitol, right by the Native American Museum, 5:30 in the morning, and I'm wearing, I'm running gear.
Spandex, Mr. Chairman?
Will I get
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, that was Lululemon.
I wish to be honest, they were running tights. I got it. It's 5:30 in the morning. Give me a break. So anyway, this thing catches me in the corner of my eye, and I kind of run a little faster, obviously not fast enough, and it nips me in the calf. And then I kick, and I say some things that are similar to some of the debates in here, little expletives, right? And then it comes back and hits me again, and I turn around, and from me to you, Ms. Tlaib, was the fox. And I yelled another F word, not fox. And so there I am screaming on the Capitol Mall at 5:30 in the morning, and no one's around, right? And so, of course, I go to the next block. A runner is coming my way, and I say, hold up, guy. You don't want to go that way. He takes one earbud out and goes, what? And I'm like, you don't want to go there. There's a fox. There's a fox. And he's like, all right, guy. All right. So he thought I was absolutely rabid and probably moved to the suburbs or something crazy. So I go home and tell my wife, right, who doesn't believe me, at which point I'm like, I'm not telling anybody about this. I did call the Capitol Physician's Office. I'm getting to your point, by the way. I called the Capitol Physician's Office. They're like, do you understand rabies? The success rate of surviving rabies globally, there were 3 people that survived it last year, out of like millions of people that get bitten by rabid things. No, I'm not going to yield to the gentleman from Arkansas. I'll yield, it's fine.
I have a parliamentary inquiry with, if we're going to tell stories, can we have a breakfast buffet?
All right. So I have to get the rabies shots. And because my insurance, because we're under Obamacare here in the District of Columbia, they're arguing with the hospital. I'm getting debt collection notices about the stupid shots. And because they're fighting, I'm getting the paper. I get it. I completely get it. We should address your issue. I'm willing to work with you. I wanted to tell this story a full year after it happened. Thanks for giving me the moment to do that, and I'm sorry you all had to suffer from this. All right. I waited until the latest markup we've had so far. Thank you all for indulging me in that. Ms. Tlaib, thank you for offering an amendment. We're see differently on this, but I'm willing to work with you on achieving this goal of paid medical debt being removed from adverse credit scores.
Will you yield?
Sure, happy to yield.
So
As long as you're
I
not
think
gonna-
we can work together on this.
Thanks.
It's a long night, and I mean, you and I have actually had a meeting about this
Yes.
issue. Just because I know many of our colleagues are tired, I am going to respectively withdraw my amendment.
Thanks.
As long as you please work with me, because this is
Absolutely.
one of those things that you and myself, Mr. Chair, we are, we know to call people and push and everything. I can't tell you how much it has hurt our families that sometimes don't even know until it shows up on their credit report. But this is something that I think very much we could do in a bipartisan way to help many of our families. Again, not due to any of their fault. They got sick and they sought medical care. So with that, I respectfully withdraw, and hopefully we can work together.
The lady withdraws, and I thank my colleague for also not trying to trigger me with fox sounds. Gentlelady withdraws. If there's no further debate on the amendment or the underlying bill, without objection, the previous question is ordered. Further proceedings on the recorded amendments are postponed. The committee will stand in recess for approximately 10 minutes until we get members back, and then we'll proceed with votes as expeditiously as you possibly can. We're in recess for 10. committee will come to order. The quorum being present, the committee will take recorded votes on the previously postponed measures. I believe staff has distributed the copies in the order of the votes this evening. These votes usually take 6 to 8 minutes. Buckle up, folks. We'll try to get through this as quickly as our Madam Clerk and our clerk staff can withstand. The committee will first take recorded vote on H.R. 2795. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. Mr. Lucas.
Yes.
Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Sessions.
Aye.
Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Lukemeyer.
Aye.
Mr. Lukemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose.
No.
Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes aye. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott.
Aye.
Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch.
Aye.
Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green.
Yay.
Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Aye. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Aye. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Meeks. Mrs. Beatty. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes aye.
Any members wish to change his or her vote? Any member not recorded? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 48 and the nays are 1.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 2795 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House, and without objection, the motion reconsidered is laid on the table. The committee will now take a recorded vote on H.R. 2593. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill.
Aye.
Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas.
Aye.
Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Sessions.
Aye.
Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Lukemeyer.
Okay.
Mr. Lukemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes aye. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Meeks. Mrs. Beatty.
Are there members who wish to change their vote or have not voted? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 49 and the nays are 0.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 2593, as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, motion reconsiders laid on the table. The committee will take a recorded vote now on H.R. 2812. The clerk will call the roll.
Aye.
Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas.
Aye.
Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Sessions.
Aye.
Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Lukedemeyer. Mr. Lukedemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes aye. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia?
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel? Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen? Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Posey? Mr. Meeks? Mrs. Beatty?
Any members wish to change his or her vote? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 49 and the nays are 0.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 2812 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House, and without objection, motion reconsidered is laid on the table. We will now proceed to a recorded vote on H.R. 2796. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill? Aye. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas? Aye. Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Sessions? Aye. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey? Mr. Luptemeyer? Mr. Luptemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga? Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner? Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr? Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams of Texas? Mr. Williams of Texas votes aye. Mr. Emmer? Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney? Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson? Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose? Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile? Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino? Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Mrs. Kim? Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds? Mr. Donalds votes aye. Mr. Flood? Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler? Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn? Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz? Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles? Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters? Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez? Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks? Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch? Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver? Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes? Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster? Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty? Mr. Vargas? Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer? Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston? Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley? Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Tlaib? Ms. Tlaib votes aye. Mr. Torres? Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia?
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel? Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen? Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Posey? Mr. Meeks? Mrs. Beatty?
Do any members wish to change his or her vote? Any member wish not voted? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 49 and the nays are 0.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 2796 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House, and without objection, motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Garcia, Amendment Number 1 to H.R. 2799, on which a recorded vote was ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill?
No. No.
Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Lucas? No. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions? No. Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Posey? Mr. Luptemeyer? Mr. Luptemeyer votes no. Mr. Huizinga? Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mrs. Wagner? Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr? Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas? Mr. Williams of Texas votes no. Mr. Emmer? Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney? Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes no. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes no. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes no. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes no. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Yes.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Aye. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes no. Mr. Posey. Mr. Meeks. Mrs. Beatty.
Any member wish to change his or her vote, and any member who has not voted wish to vote. Clerk will report. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 20 and the nays are 29.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on agreeing to amendment offered by Ms. Waters, on which the recorded vote was ordered. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill.
No.
Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Lucas. No. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions. No. Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Posey. Mr. Luktemeyer. No. Mr. Luktemeyer votes no. Mr. Huizinga. No. Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas votes no. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes no. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes no. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes no. Ms. Waters.
Aye.
Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez.
Aye.
Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Aye. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Aye. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Aye. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Aye. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no. Mr. Posey. Mr. Meeks. Mrs. Beatty.
Any member wish to change their vote, or any member who has not voted? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 28.
In the opinion that the noes have it and the amendment is not agreed to, the question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Green, on which a recorded vote was ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill.
Hill, no.
Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Lucas.
No.
Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions. No. Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Posey. Mr. Lukedemeyer. No. Mr. Lukedemeyer votes no. Mr. Huizinga. No. Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mrs. Wagner. No. Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr. No. Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas votes no. Mr. Emmer. No. Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr. Loudermilk. No. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes no. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes no. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes no. Ms. Waters.
Aye.
Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Aye. Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Aye. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Aye. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Aye. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no. Mr. Posey. Mr. Meeks. Mrs. Beatty. Mr. Gottheimer.
Any member wish to change their vote or not recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 20 and the nays are 28.
The amendment is not agreed to. There being no further discussion or amendment to H.R. 2799, the question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in the nature of the substitute offered by the chair. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the the bill, H.R. 2799, as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I'd ask for a recorded vote.
Vice Chair asks for a recorded vote. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Aye.
Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Aye. Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Lukedemeyer. Mr. Lukedemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes aye. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes no. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes no. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes no. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes no. Mrs. Beatty. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes no. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes no. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes no. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes no. Ms. Garcia.
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes no. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes no. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Meeks. Mrs. Beatty.
Any member wish to change his or her vote or is not recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 28 and the nays are 21.
A majority voting in favor of H.R. 2799 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House, and without objection, motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The question now occurs on agreeing to amendment offered by Mr. Lynch to H.R. 2798, on which a recorded vote was ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Posey. Mr. Lukedemeyer. Mr. Lukedemeyer votes no. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas votes no. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes no. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes no. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes no. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes no. Mr. Posey. Mr. Meeks. Mrs. Beatty.
Any member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 28.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on agreeing to amendment offered by Mrs. Beatty, on which a recorded vote was ordered. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Posey. Mr. Luchtemeier. Mr. Luchtemeier votes no. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas votes no. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes no. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes no. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes no. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no. Mr. Posey. Mr. Meeks. Mrs. Beatty.
Any member wish to change his or her vote? Any member not as not recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 28.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, the amendment is not agreed to. We'll now proceed to, the question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Waters, on which the recorded vote was ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill? No. Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Lucas? No. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions? Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Posey? Mr. Lukedemeyer? Mr. Lukedemeyer votes no. Mr. Huizinga? Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mrs. Wagner? Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr? Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas? Mr. Williams of Texas votes no. Mr. Emmer? Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney? Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson? Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Rose? Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile? Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Garbarino? Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mrs. Kim? Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds? Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood? Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler? Mr. Lawler votes no. Mrs. Nunn? Mr. Nunn? Mr. Nunn votes no. Ms. De La Cruz? Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Ogles? Mr. Ogles votes no. Ms. Waters? Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez? Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks? Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch? Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver? Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes? Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster? Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty? Mr. Vargas? Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer? Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston? Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley? Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Tlaib? Ms. Tlaib votes aye. Mr. Torres? Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia?
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel? Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen? Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman votes no. Mr. Posey? Mr. Meeks? Mrs. Beatty?
Any member wish to change his or her vote or is not recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 28.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Green, on which a recorded vote was ordered. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill?
No.
Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Lucas? No. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions? No. Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Posey? Mr. Lukedemeyer? Mr. Lukedemeyer votes no. Mr. Huizinga? No. Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mrs. Wagner? Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr? Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas? Mr. Williams of Texas votes no. Mr. Emmer? Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney? Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson? Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Rose? Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile? Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Garbarino? Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mrs. Kim? Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds? Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood? Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler? Mr. Lawler votes no. Mr. Nunn? Mr. Nunn votes no. Ms. De La Cruz? Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Ogles? Mr. Ogles votes no. Ms. Waters? Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez? Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sherman votes aye.
Clerk will dispense. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes no. Mr. Posey. Mr. Meeks. Mrs. Beatty.
Any member wish to change his or her vote or not recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 28.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Cleaver, on which a recorded vote was ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill.
Hill, no.
Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Lucas.
No.
Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Posey. Mr. Lukedemeyer. Mr. Lukedemeyer votes no. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas votes no. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes no. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes no. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes no. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes no. Mr. Posey. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Meeks. Mrs. Beatty.
Any member wish to change his or her vote or not voted? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 28.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Williams, on which a recorded vote was ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill.
An ultimate vote.
Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Lucas.
No.
Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Posey. Mr. Lukedemeyer. No. Mr. Lukedemeyer votes no. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas votes no. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes no. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes no. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes no. Ms. Waters.
Aye.
Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez.
Aye.
Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman.
Aye.
Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott.
Aye.
Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no. Mr. Posey. Mr. Meeks. Mrs. Beatty. Mr. Gottheimer.
Any member wish to change his or her vote, or any member not voted? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 20 and the nays are 28.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. There being no further discussion or amendment on H.R. 2798, the question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay.
Nay.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill. H.R. 2798, as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed shall signify by saying nay.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The vice chair.
I ask for a recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote being requested. Members wish to raise their hand and request recorded vote. A sufficient numbering having raised their hand and recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll. And
Mr.
if members will depart quietly so that the Madam Clerk and the clerk team can hear. I very much appreciate the members' indulgence for this 13-hour-long process. Yes. I agree with Ms. Presley. Clerk will report.
Mr.
Clerk
Hill.
Mr. Hill votes aye.
Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Aye. Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Sessions.
Yes,
Mr.
I-
Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey.
Well done.
Mr. Lukedemeyer. Mr. Lukedemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler? Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn? Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz? Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles? Mr. Ogles votes aye. Mrs. Waters? Ms. Waters votes no. Mrs. Velasquez? Mrs. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sherman votes no. Mr. Meeks? Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Lynch? Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Cleaver? Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Himes? Mr. Himes votes no. Mr. Foster? Mr. Foster votes no. Mrs. Beatty? Mr. Vargas? Mr. Vargas votes no. Mr. Gottheimer? Mr. Gottheimer votes no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Caston? Mr. Caston votes no. Ms. Presley? Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Tlaib? Ms. Tlaib votes no. Mr. Torres? Mr. Torres votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia?
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Mr. Nickel? No. Mr. Nickel votes no. Ms. Pedersen? Ms. Pedersen votes no. Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Posey? Mr. Meeks? Mrs. Beatty?
Any member wish to change his or her vote? Any member wish to change his or her vote? Clerk will report.
Have a good evening. You too. See you tomorrow.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 26 and the nays are 23.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 2798 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported at the House. Without objection, motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff are authorized to make technical and conforming changes on all measures ordered to be reported today. Members will have 2 days to file views on each reported measure considered today. There being no further business before the committee stands adjourned.